Good morning, guys. I'm going to be back again resuming this lovely lady. So this is part 2 of the sculpt of Eliza from Nanolith Miniatures. Well, Miniatures. Nanolith, the cyberpunk board game, narrative, comic, interactive, story kind of thing. I don't even know how to describe it. Yeah, Nanolith. So there's a couple of models you get in the game. You get the the primary player characters, but we've obviously added, well, I've chosen to add now a couple of the boss creatures, but I believe these have been released as STLs to the backers. I can't tell you if they're going to be paid add-ons or if they're in with the price. I'm just going to try and find my larger format render of this and try and remember where I put it. There we go. So it's just my own reference material up the top so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, so a few things left to do. We're going to dirty up the mechanical parts. We're going to load of piping and stuff today. We're going to do the some more texture on the flesh. Maybe a few more hands, and obviously posing the hands as well. I didn't go around to posing any hands last time. So that'll be on the cards for today. Okay, right. So, as far as the mechanical legs go, I'm going to add some, just scuffs and scratches, I think it's more than anything else. Let's load up the soft cracks brush. It was shared with me recently by the Riz. Riz, thank you for this, it's a wonderful brush. Alright, so this part currently is running at 31 million polys, which is obscene. Let me just auto group that. Okay, we'll re-dynamesh this to a reasonable level. Let's try 128 first, let's see where we're at with that. That looks okay, however, I forgot to maintain my groups. Okay, so now we've got 400,000 polys. Now I can do some scratches and scuffs. So we're going to use the brush here. So add an extra layer of resolution there. Guys, if you're here watching and you want to watch, sorry, you're already watching if you're here. If you want to join in any of the chat, ask any questions, feel free. Morning, Riz, how you doing? Just plugging your brush set actually. You may notice something familiar on there. Morning, Dennis, how are you doing, chap? How are things today, Riz? Oh, fantastic. It's always nice to push a project over the line, isn't it, and get it done. Loads of projects on still, as ever. Let's get another little pin-uppy type one done. What are you working on next, Riz? Oh, nice, Dennis. Pushing on for the game then. Good to see. It's funny you said actually. I actually couldn't come down the office last night because Hayley went out for dinner with some of her friends, having a bit of a girly catch up and whatnot. And I was at home looking after the kids, so my Wacom Cintiq that I use for sculpting in the house has died pretty much, so I'm incapacitated sculpting wise if I'm not in my office now, unfortunately. I didn't get a lot of use out of it anyway because it wasn't very effective, but last night I sat down in the house and pulled out the laptop, and I actually got to write in some rules and background and stuff for my kind of skirmish tabletop game I'm planning. So designed some factions, did some background writing. I haven't done any writing in such a long time. It feels like it at least. It's quite nice to get back into that. So what kind of game's yours, Dennis? It's 15mm. Sci-fi. I can put my mic closer to my face. I think I've got it turned up as much as I can. I think I'm probably just sitting a bit too far away from it, mate. Let me just double check. Or I could just be muttering and mumbling. Right, Riz, I've got as much of the I've got as much as my settings as I can kind of boosted up now. So hopefully you can hear me okay. If not, just give me a shout and I might have to switch the mics altogether. Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and I suppose you can do yours as multi-scale anyway, can't you? So you can always rescale it and scale it up a touch anyway, can't you? I don't want to do too much of this edge wear on this model. I'm going to try and keep some of the hard edges. But I do want it to look like she's smashed through some walls and, you know, she's not going to be precious about keeping herself in pristine condition, is she, in reality? Being a flesh golem and all that. Hey D, how you doing? It's like the whole crew's here. How are you today? Oh, nice. I'll give you a little bit of advice on it. Make sure the when you're doing miniatures, as opposed to doing kind of other characters, you want the hands and the heads to be larger. So if you're doing like a 28mm miniature or 32mm miniature, the head wants to be about 6mm tall, and the hands probably 4 to 5mm in kind of like, you know, if you go from the bottom of the like the width of the hands, don't we call it the you know, the kind of hand diameter, is that a thing? The kind of the span of the hand needs to be kind of like probably about 4 or 5 mil. So your hands need to be bigger, your heads need to be bigger, your feet will need to be bigger, ankles will need to be thicker, wrists will need to be thicker, necks probably need to be a little bit thicker as well. Don't worry too much about trying to, unless you specifically want it to fit in with Games Workshop's range, don't worry too much about looking at another range and trying to get the proportions to match exactly. So as far as sculpting goes, just, you know, go for your human proportions, but exaggerate those finer elements. If the face isn't exaggerated, you're going to really kind of you're going to lose all the features on it. The eyelids need to look like they're about 1 inch thick as well, if you're going to do eyelids on a model. You'll see that whenever I sculpt faces anyway, but you'll see the exaggerations that go into it. And obviously just remember that it's 28mm scale, 32mm scale, so you need to kind of, as you're doing the sculpts, like dial it back a touch. So you might have 8K printers that can do a wonderful job of printing it, but you've got to think how paintable is what you're making. I need to do a painting stream at some point, I think. Okay, cool. I mean, no one to sound harsh or disrespectful or anything like that, but obviously, without knowing your co-worker or what he's doing, it's okay to say like they're doing 32mm stuff. But if he's come from a hobby background where he's kind of familiar with miniatures, there's a better chance that his 32mm models are going to be correct. But don't necessarily look to them as the gold standard of what you want to aim for, because if he's doing it wrong and you don't know he's doing it wrong, and you start copying his like techniques or taking advice from him and whatever else on that, then you're going to come a cropper on the design side of things. No, well, we had this discussion the other day. The whole it's the difference of like good experience and bad experience. Oh, you send me a link. Let's have a gander then. I say it's that whole thing about like just because somebody's experienced doing something doesn't necessarily mean it's good experience. But let's have a little gander. Oh no, that's all nice stuff. The only thing I would say is they're nice. Actually, I was going to say tell him to get stuff on load. Give him a tip as well. Tell him there's stuff that he's got on that's locked on his tribes, where it's work in progress things. Really wants to have that lot unlocked. You don't want to have like generic content hidden. The discount codes, keep them hidden. But work in progress things, they all want to be unlocked and their stuff for visibility. You don't want to put anything like that behind a paywall because it'll put people off on his back. Yeah, no criticisms really. I'd potentially say stuff looks at a glance to be more like 75mm than 32mm. But if he's printed it and he's tested it, and that's the important bit, as long as it works. Yeah, not bad. Okay, we don't need to worry about you taking advice from him. He gets a pass, yeah. Yeah, if I was still playing 40k, I'd be getting his Eldar minis because I do like what he's done there. Actually, the Banshees particularly are looking really nice. Tell him to be a little bit cautious though, because there's I know some of the guys at Games Workshop who are like kind of quite senior there. They're they're quite like zero tolerance on kind of like close copies of like their IP. So when it's very obviously like Elder and the Banshees as a prime example, I think there's a potential there that he could end up with like a cease and desist from them, because the legal team just go out there looking for stuff. And if he ends up with a cease and desist, he's lost the product then. So it might be worth trying to differentiate the designs a little bit further, just to kind of be close enough that they can be used, but kind of stand it back a little bit so they're not recognisably immediately. Because I don't know if you know Duncan Luca. Duncan had been around for ages, one of the OGs on the STL market scene. He had a bit of an episode a couple of years back. He made a Reaver Titan. And I'll be honest, I saw the model on online, I saw the render of it, and I literally just thought it was a new Games Workshop Titan model. But it wasn't, it was Duncan's version, and he got the likeness the same, so it looked like one obviously, because I thought it was that. And then basically he'd changed all of like the finer details, but at a glance when you look at it, very clearly it was an Elder Titan. And Games Workshop held him up with a cease and desist, and he got a bit upset about the whole thing, because he was like, well, it's all my own design, I've designed everything myself, and they were like, yeah, but it's an Elder Titan, so get rid or we sue you. Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah, definitely, that'd be cool. To be honest, I think there's a bit of a market out there for that kind of thing. So I mean, I love the style of Arcane, like League of Legends. I love the style of that. I'd love to see more stuff like that around. obviously a lot of that comes through in the painting and stuff, but yeah, and this is it. It's all about the painting experience on minis, and too many people forget that. It's like, yeah, you might have sculpted something that looks really nice in a render, but obviously it's the whole thing about the is this working right? Oh no, hang on. It's alright, hang on. So I haven't reduced my mesh. I didn't redo the Dynamesh on this one. Right, there we are. Now it's more lightweight. 396,000 polys instead of 32 million or whatever it was. There's no need for 32 million, was there? Yeah, it's the arcane style I really like, but it's I feel like it translates really well into miniature. I say a lot of the ones I've seen where they've done it, they then go on to like further stylize it, and I don't know if that's necessary. I think 75mm would work lovely. $120mm, if I'm completely honest with you, is daunting to paint. There's a lot of it there, and you kind of think bigger scales would be easier. But the issue you always find is like it's less forgiving the bigger you get. So like trying to do gradients and transitions and things like that on a larger scale model. But again, let me just grab one out as an example for you. I'll show you. Ouch. Just walked into the chair. Pull this one up and I'll show you. Where's my camera? There it is. I need my mouse. Took it out of the way. I actually need it. Right, so secondary camera. Is it not secondary camera now? Ah, here we go. Okay, so this one. So she's 120mm scale. So I've painted her, and the gradients on her legs and on her skin is so tricky to pull off and get right because of the scale. In a smaller scale, I wouldn't even think about that. I've just got on with it and done it. She's not finished, obviously. I haven't finished the sword yet, and there's a few other details that are still not done. But focus. There we go. Ah, go on. So you see there's like a few... Cheers, lady. So there's quite a lot of... I'm trying to get it focused enough so you can see what I'm doing. So you still have to account for natural shadows on a model, but you have to also kind of allow for the painted aspect of it. It's not small. It's small enough that it doesn't react to the light as you want it to in real life. So you have to create the lighting yourself. And one day I'll finish her. She's only like been sat on my painting desk half finished for about 2 years now. So. Sculpting or painting? Hey, CG Nomad, how you doing? Sculpting. So again, like a typical character model, 6 or 7 hours maybe, possibly 10, if it's a very detailed character. For the larger ones like my Warlock I did, and the... have you seen the Warlock one? How are you doing today, CG Nomad, anyway? Thank you for joining the stream. Yeah, for larger characters, like the Warlock, where I actually poly painted them on the way through. The sculpt probably took me about a week, but that was with like that was with fully hand painted like textures and stuff for presentation and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's still a fairly quick turnaround. Painting takes longer than the sculpting, I think, actually. Well, my painting does anyway. Not all painting will. Hello, right, George, have you been ID'd? Got a celebrity in the midst. Well, let's get AD's, it's not AD, sorry, Riz's brush. Let's get this up again. Let's divide this one so I can get a bit of better resolution in these slashes. What was I saying there, AD? Back to topic. Been thinking about how to have my characters done in modular fashion so that the owner could swap between having a helmet or hair or human, elf ear, sword. Okay, so best advice I can give you there. Check out Vavictis Miniatures. So Jonathan and Matilde, the sculptors there, both fantastic. And lately they've been doing some really cool, yes, give me a second, let me just actually find their page for you. There you go. So check them out. So I'll bring them on the screen here, give them a little plug. Absolutely love their work. Now these, as in the background, full on proper 32mm scale, 28mm scale miniatures. That's what they do. They are absolutely brilliant. But what you'll find is lately, what he's been doing are modular, like kits for Mordheim. So they've got all the separate heads. We've got so here, let me show you this. This is these modular set of things. So what he tends to do, and this is what I would definitely recommend you to do, if you do so if you do modular kit, make sure you do this, the pre-build thing. So don't only offer the modular, you have to make sure you also pre-assemble a bunch of them, because there's a bunch of people out there who just won't be asked to do that and they'll be like shy off because of it. But you can see, let's get past the fixed characters. It's Ainur, the Sword of Twilight, very nice, I approve. Looks like a Harley Quinn type model. So we should get, there you go, so here's like the modular set he's done. So all these shields, all these like empty hands, the hands with the torches and daggers and swords and pointing up and pointing down, whatever. The more variety you can offer here, the better. But people are still going to expect it supported, so be aware you're going to have to do the supports to all of these bits as well. So the more things you create, the more work you're making for yourself further down the line as well. And then the bodies, oh there you go, all the weapons and stuff without any hands attached. And then we've got arms separated here. I like these ones here. We've got some stumps, some like severed arms. So you can mix it up. And bear in mind when you're doing these things, people can flip them, so they can. You don't have to sculpt them for both sides. People can just go in the slicer and they can say, let's flip this 180 and we'll have this arm on the other side. So you don't need to provide everything for both sides. Just give it for one side, and if they want to change it, they can do it. And then here, look, so we've got legs, a selection of different legs, a selection of different torsos, and then a bunch of standard heads. And if you can make sets of stuff that are compatible, so you can keep adding to it and building it up, you can do it where they can change out the torsos with the legs and stuff, but you need to make sure the connection point here and here are standard and the same across the board. Now I would argue these guys have gone down the route of looking at Games Workshop kits, because these look very much like Games Workshop cuts, if you know what I mean. So I think they've done their research and they've marketed so that people can use these parts compatible with Games Workshop bits. And then here you go, so the two weapon ones where it's a little bit more difficult to try and assemble that, they've just pre-built them. A couple with the capes they've pre-assembled and they've built again, so you can do a couple of hero type characters. And then yeah, some more complicated weapons and stuff. So there's a lot of stuff you can do, but just have a proper look and see how they've done it, because that is a really good modular kit. What's that? Nendoroid. What's that? What's a Nendoroid, Paul? Oh yeah, they're larger though, aren't they? Yeah. Like plug-in bits, swap out hands and things. Yeah, it's going to be more difficult to pull off at small scale. So like for example the head, so you could sculpt the hat and have the hat kind of placed on top of the head. But you would find that any hair you've put on the model is probably going to end up having to be removed or deformed in such a way that you're not going to really kind of, you know, be able to kind of like actually just plonk the hat on top. So you're better off having a version of the head with the hat, a version without the hat, another version with like cat ears or whatever, and then, you know, mix it up. You don't have to have every single one of them completely unique and completely different, but you know, the more options you give people, the more they'll appreciate it. But equally, I mean, when I started doing modular stuff ages ago, I had people complaining about it, and they didn't want the modular, they wanted it to be all one piece. Because they didn't know anything about printing like multi-part stuff. And as weird as it sounds, they didn't even know you had to use like what kind of glue to use to like assemble stuff. So I'd get people message me saying, you know, how do I put these together? They've come in pieces, how do I build them? And it's like, with a bit of super glue, just stick them together. And it seemed ridiculous to me that people were even asking the question, but obviously it does highlight there's a huge difference in the kind of the hobby knowledge and hobby experience that people have got in this industry. It's like, for me, I've come from a background of pure hobbying from from a kid kind of thing. So we've had the experience with Games Workshop model kits, and I can't even think of any other brands now. Corvus Belly, Infinity Models, Reaper Miniatures, Ralpartha, all those kind of guys, right? So all of these models have kind of grown up with these things, building the kits and making the models and gluing them all together and reading articles and watching videos and reading books and all this kind of stuff that's all around the hobby. And a lot of people have jumped into the hobby recently off the back of 3D printing, discovered it as a byproduct of like D&D. What you'll find is none of these guys have got any of that kind of fundamental, basic kind of hobby knowledge or experience that I take for granted. So the more barriers you put in the way of people accessing your stuff, the less people are going to actually access it. It seems an obvious thing to say, but obviously it's realising what the barriers are sometimes. And I never thought that you had to glue a model together would be a barrier. I mean, I think my models might even sell better if they came with bases. I imagine there's a lot of people who will look at my stuff and go, there's no bases on that, they're not going to stand up. Well, they don't stand up because they go onto a base that you provide separately. And the reason I don't provide bases is because it's a load of extra bulk and mass and faffing around, and it means that you can't customise the models to go with the rest of the stuff in your range. You end up with one thing that is different to everything else, and it's like, it's like, imagine having everybody in your army is on on grass. Everybody in your army is on a battlefield type base, and then your general comes along and he's on some kind of marble podium and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, well, you put him in with the rest of the army, like, they just generally don't fit. It's not gonna gel, is it? So I'd rather have the option to put him on whatever base I want, customise my base myself. By all means, give me a little bit of foot on rock type scenery type bits to start me off or whatever, but I want to do my own thing. Yeah, it baffled me, if I'm honest, when I first kind of realised it. I ended up writing an article, actually. There's an article on my website about basing models, and it was, I mean, ultimately it comes down to, again, the fact that I thought people were going to be scared off not wanting to do it. So it was kind of like, I actually showed them it's quite a simple thing to do. Let me just show you. And again, it's something I just took for granted as a long time hobbyist. But so I did this article about just making that base. It's a simple base, but a lot of people might look at it and think it's unachievable. And the reality of it is, it's a little bit of sand, a smattering of cat litter. Hey, Max, how are you doing? Yeah, smattering of sand, some cat litter, and then a couple of grass tufts. And I had a discussion with a friend of mine who's I thought was really well into the hobby and knew what was going on. And when he saw this picture, he asked me why there were holes in the bases, and I couldn't even believe. I didn't even understand the question. I didn't understand what he was asking. And when I realised he'd never experienced slaughter-based models, which is obviously when you buy metal miniatures from Games Workshop or anywhere else, they always used to come with a tab. Nice one, Max. So yeah, so when you get a metal model with a tab on the base, the output of that was obviously that you would get a base with a slot in the bottom, so that you could glue the slot into the base, and the model would have a secure fixing. But these guys had never experienced slotter-based models, and I found it baffling. I couldn't believe that it was an issue with that, if you know what I mean. Like, I never thought it would be. I never thought, like, you know, people would be, I don't want to say ignorant, but, like, you know, unaware of things in the hobby that you take as a simple, you know, fundamental truth, if you like, that for years and years and years that's just how we did it. Obviously it's a bit different now, because obviously nothing's produced in metal in Games Workshop anymore, so nobody who does Games Workshop stuff really deals with metal minis unless you're properly old school. Oh, so are you in the same boat there then, where you've not dealt with the slotter based models as well? If you look at any of the old Metal Lord of the Rings minis online, you'll always see that there. But you normally have like the company logo and the date it was produced, or whatever, or the year it was made would be stamped onto that tab at the bottom. So forget the so here we go, look. Here's what I'm talking about. So you see these models here, they've got the tab on the bottom of the feet. You get some models have what's called a puddle base, like this one here, where it's just like a big plate that they stand on. But the Games Workshop minis, they always had this, look. So you see this, oh, you bastard. So you see this tab on the bottom of the feet where it says Elidan and Elra here. So their names are on it. So on the front of it you'd have the name of the model, and on the back of it you would have, like, you know, Games Workshop 2019 or something like that. So the date that the model was produced was on the back of the tab. And then you just literally, you put glue on that tab, stick it in that slot on the base, and the model would have a nice secure fixing, so you didn't have to worry about kind of, you know, this, you know, the model's running and it's only got 1 foot, because as long as it's got a whole tab connected to it, you still get a decent anchoring. How's the gardening going, Max? Max in the chat, guys, by the way, is who this model's for, so I'll have a chat with him before stream tonight. So I know he's out there pruning his bushes and cutting his grass and stuff. Or at least he should be, because his wife's coming home soon. He's got to expect that. You finished in the garden then, mate? Oh, good stuff. Must have a little garden, mate. 'Cause like my garden would take me hours to get all of that stuff done. Got a nice manageable yard, have you? Got 1 hour to play your game before the wife gets back. Get stuck in, mate. Yeah, that all makes sense, mate. And again, if you're gonna dabble in Warhammer, be prepared to be broke, because it is an expensive hobby these days. Oh, it's always been quite expensive actually, but is that how you got the garden done so quick, mate? Haste, also known as a cup of coffee. We'll use clay, I think. What's up with Maya, mate? More than Zbrush. And that was possible. Maybe it's just an issue with 3D software in general then. Who says Maya's free? Oh no, Maya's not free. Why I haven't bought it, so I don't use it. Yeah, screw that. I thought $700 for Zbrush was pricey, but I mean, I've had my money's worth out of that a million times over by now. Well, not literally a million times, otherwise I'd have had 700 million quid and I'd be well happy, but you know what I mean? A lot. Yeah, everything's going subs, isn't it? I understand it as a business model. I always wondered how Zbrush made it, or Pixelogic rather, made any money out of Zbrush, because like you got to buy it once and then that was it forever. It's like who's keeping them going? Like it'd have even made more sense if they'd have turned around and said, well actually, you know, what we'll do is we'll have a license for Zbrush version this, whatever, version 2022. And then you'll get all the free updates for version 2022. But then when we uprev to version 2023, you've got to buy a new license for it. that's a lot. That's a lot of premium bits of software, that is, isn't it? I bought Keyshot for Zbrush to use for renders, and I stopped using it in the end because it was well, partly because it was quite hard work, and what I found was, in fact, I can show you this right now. Actually, I don't know if you've ever seen this before, right? But let me show you this. Right, this is my core temperature. So I've still got Keyshot activated. So my core temperature on my PC at the moment is, where are we at now? So, but averaging around about 40 degrees ish. When I run Keyshot, watch what happens to this. See the numbers on my processor, just because Keyshot's loaded. So what happened was, in the summer, the reason this is why I stopped using it. In the summer, I had my PC under my desk, and it was unbearable. I couldn't even work because this was being kicked out of my computer. This is the heat that was being generated in there. It was overheating my PC. And my PC is like, it's a water cooled machine. Look at this. It's got I've got alerts coming up on some of the cores now, like the colours are going, just because of Keyshot. Absolutely crazy. Then I'll turn it off and it'll drop again. So I started using what do you call it then? What's that? 12,900. What's that? Is that the processor you were using, or? Yeah, it's 3090 I'm using. Oh, the 1290 was the, yeah, it was the processor. Sorry, yeah. So I've got a full water cooling system in there, and it was still unbearably hot during the summer. So I use Blender for the rendering now. So I've got that rendering engine we set up. And I can't use Keyshot anymore just because it's ridiculous. I mean, maybe I'll use it during the winter to help keep the office warm. But well, yeah, exactly. But it's like, obviously, there's too much heat to dissipate, and you can't get rid of it fast enough. So it was completely ineffective. Although I would say, I dread to think what would have happened if I hadn't had the water cooling in there. Yeah, but it was burning my legs. I moved it up on top of the top of the computer actually in the end. It's sitting on my tabletop now. Oh, you did it. Fair play. So when's your next session? Rest day today, back in there tomorrow? Oh, weirdly, actually, I was watching the new series of The Witcher yesterday, and there's a monster in the one of the episodes, which is really not dissimilar to this thing at all. Very creepy. I mean, it ain't the same, but it's not totally different, you know what I mean? You doing what? Making grooms? What do you mean? Oh, do you know I've never done that. Never ever done it. I mean, for what I do, I've never had to do it, you know what I mean? But relatively, mate. Yeah, I'll be honest. I think this is why when lockdown happened and there was a bit of a resurgence, not resurgence, a bit of a boom in the 3D printing industry. I think we saw a lot of CG artists jumping on the bandwagon with the miniatures, and again, a lot of them didn't know what they were doing. What they produced they weren't good quality miniatures, but they produced some lovely renders. And you could tell they were from a CG background when they were producing them. And obviously looking at the level of work involved in producing miniatures versus doing, you know, video game models or animation characters and stuff like that, you can see why people have jumped on the bandwagon and, you know, changed tact and started producing miniatures as a way of making money. Because relatively there's less work involved. Unfortunately, there's also a big like QA side of things that's like alien to them. Yeah, totally. You only have to worry about actually making shapes. You don't have to worry about topology. You don't have to worry about rendering. You don't have to worry about, well, you do from a presentation point of view, but not from like a, you know, renderability in terms of animations and video games and stuff. You don't have to worry about your poly count. You don't have to worry about materials, texturing, poly painting, nothing. You just make the model and get on with it. But I've said before, I mean, I don't know if I've said it while you've been in streams, I'll just cover it again. The danger with doing miniatures is that like not all miniatures are created equal. And if we're saying about obviously, you know, doing things before and, you know, making sure you've got you've got all the exaggerations in place and whatnot. The problem comes when you've come to finish it. So you're talking about submissions. So your approvals process at the moment is that you make a model, you prepare a submission, and then it goes forward, and then presumably the client will then say yay or nay, or the art director will say yay or nay or whatever, and then it'll either get approved or it won't, or it'll come back to you with changes and tweaks, and you'll have to, you know, alter certain parts of it based on feedback you get and everything else. So when you're doing STL files and you're releasing them to the public, there's nobody there to give you that feedback. You are your own approver, which in some ways sounds like a massive blessing, but the problem you'll have is if you're not already familiar with miniatures, you're not qualified to approve it, if that makes sense. So you'll end up approving something because it looks okay to you, or you've had enough of it and you don't want to do any more to work to it, you just want to get it out there and push it into the market. And what ends up happening is the market gets, or has got, flooded with models that aren't fit for purpose. Not saying you'll do this, of course, but this is like, you know, typically what's happened. And it's very evident in the market, especially where you've got like the high people are marketing, like, you know, super high detail miniatures, and there's quite a lot of big studios are some of the worst culprits for it, if I'm honest. You can usually tell which ones have been made by CG artists and which ones have been made by miniature sculptors. And obviously there's far less actual miniature sculptors out there than there are CG artists. Have I given you the tip about copying some models you like? Because this is my number one bit of advice I always give to anybody who's Yeah, and dude, you've hit the nail on the head there. That's exactly what's happened in the industry. We've had all these money men have turned up, seen an opportunity to take advantage of a market that's growing and new, or new and growing rather, and jumping in there, and we've got this perfect storm that's allowed it to happen, where we've got artists that don't know any better, because they're not from within the hobby. Then we've also got customers who are also completely naive about the product that they're buying, which you wouldn't normally get that kind of in any other kind of industry. Do you know what I mean? So we've got this dynamic happening where people have been locked down and they've gone, well, I'm going to can't go to the gym, I can't I can't go for a run, I can't do anything. I'm stuck in the house. What can I do in the house? Oh, 3D printers look cool. Look, they've just produced stuff by magic. I'll buy myself a 3D printer. So they go and get a 3D printer, and then they turn around and they're like, well, now that I've got this little magical device that's got a build plate that's only this big, what can I produce on it? So they go onto the sites looking for STL files, and then obviously they're gonna discover miniatures. If you've got even the slightest inkling towards anything, in a kind of a collectible nature or anything else, that kind of stuff's going to appeal to you. So these guys have gone out and have bought the printers, and then they go out and they're looking for something to print. They discover miniatures off the back of that, and then they end up collecting miniatures because it's fodder for their printer. But they don't know anything about miniatures. They don't know what a good miniature is and what a bad miniature is, and they don't know that there is such a thing as a good miniature and a bad miniature. So they just buy what looks cool, and the things that look the coolest to them are these, sexy renders full of super detail and stuff. And these poor bastards don't even realise that at some point, they're supposed to paint these models, and that's what they're intended for. And God help them when they try and do that with some of these things. So it's been a really unusual few years. It's a hobby that's been in relative obscurity for so long, and then all of a sudden, it's thrown into the forefront of being a popular thing because of COVID, I think, more than anything else is to blame for the rise in popularity. Guys, I'm just going to have to put you on mute. I've got the mother-in-law calling. Give me a sec.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alright guys, I'm back. So our mother-in-law's, we've just had a bit of an issue with our holiday we've got booked, and we've had a bit of a cancellation going on, so mother-in-law's gone into frantic meltdown mode trying to get things updated and organised. Okay, so where are we talking then? What's saying? Yep, same with jewellery. People just sculpt blobby horrible shit. Without taking into consideration depth or surface reflectivity. Yeah, exactly. You need to understand the end product. And my usual go-to reference is like, it's like a chef who doesn't eat. If you don't eat and you're not consuming the product that you're making, how do you know it's fit for purpose? How do you know it's fit for the end user? Which is why I always encourage people, if you're going to be sculpting models, to do the supports yourself, because you can learn a lot doing supports. Print them yourself, so you understand the pain and anguish that your customers are going through, and obviously you can account for it and improve on that. And also then paint the models so you get the feeling for it, and you'll know which areas, you know, where is really difficult for a brush to get into. Should you have sculpted this little tiny gap and crevice and stuff like that, or should you be filling them? The answer, by the way, is always fill the holes. So yeah, layers. I don't think in layers so much, I'll be honest, because that comes down to the like the printing side of things. And you can kind of deal with that in supports for a lot of the part. But what I always try and do is I'll always do that last pass on the model where I'll just go through and I'll just close any holes, just to make sure there's no little resin traps or any kind of little pits or anything in there. And then when you go through light chains, do supports, once in a while you'll miss one or two, and you'll find it in the supporting process. And like I say, I've said before, I would rather find those things myself than have a customer message me and say, did you realise that there's a massive hole in the model here, and da da da. So, you know, it's all about kind of partaking in the experience for like the duration, if you like, for the whole thing. But yeah, my main bit of advice I always give to anybody who's making miniatures is find a style you want to emulate, or you want to kind of like adopt. So say it's Corvus Belli, you like the Infinity models, or it might be, like say, Games Workshop or Reaper, you know, whoever. But pick a company that's got caliber, that's got credentials, it's got pedigree to it, because these companies have art directors and proper production teams. And the reason for saying this is, like, a lot of people just go out and they go, oh, I like Archfield Games, or I like Luke Studios. Don't do it, because they don't have the same level of approval on the models. So you could pick a model you think is a nice model, and actually it's a terrible miniature. Might be a nice sculpt, nice render, but could be a terrible miniature, so you're not learning anything from it. So go out and find a company like Games Workshop, find a model you like, buy that model, spend some money, buy it, get the physical thing in your hand. Don't look at renders, don't look at photographs, buy the model, build the model, get it in your hand and look at it. And then when you're looking at it from all different angles. You're going to make sure that you understand the kind of the depths and everything that have been applied to it. So how much thickness is on a belt, how much thickness is on a glove, how much thickness is on the different armour panels, how are the different bits connected, where are the cavities on the model, have they been filled, how have they been filled, what techniques have they applied. And all of these kind of things, they can transfer then into your own way of thinking when you start making miniatures. But copy them. So take that model that you've bought and copy it as closely as you possibly can. You know, blow for blow, get every little detail in there. And then once you've done that one, print it off, sit it next to the original version on the table, and critique it, and be harsh. You know, go through and say, right, you know, this is right, I got this a bit wrong, how do I improve on that? And basically at that point then, you take that model and you say, right, this is where I need to improve, and then you pick another model from their range and you do the same thing again, and you go through that same process of critical evaluation at the end of the process. And you don't try and correct it, don't try and amend that model, but take it as a learning point for the next one. You just look for some Korean ones. It just depends what style you want to do, do you know what I mean? You'll be able to get Games Workshop models anywhere, you know, anywhere if that's the style you wanted to do it, but I mean, don't get me wrong, Games Workshop's probably got the broadest appeal in terms of what, you know, having a big customer base there. But you've also got to remember they've also got a big ass legal team with a wad of cash. And if you start treading on their toes and copying their IP, they're going to come and slam dunk you at some point. And you might go under the radar for a little bit, but you won't stay under the radar forever. Because they literally have a whole team dedicated to shutting down all of these Patreon copycat type people. So, you know, they don't want this to be a threat to their business. So that's the drama you're going to encounter with that side of things. But obviously, you know, you can use that, you can have their style and still do your own thing. I say there's a lot of people who obviously work for Games Workshop at some point who've developed that style because they've been trained in it, and then they've gone on to like release, you know, they've left Games Workshop and have gone on to do their own thing. That's always going to happen at some point. Aidy, for you, I think it's going to be a suck it and see thing. I think you're probably going to have to just do a little bit of trial and error. Judge it as best you can on screen, and then when you think you've got it, you think you've done what you wanted to do, print it, get it printed, and check your prints, and just give it a look over. And if you think there's issues, you're going to have to just be critical with them and just, you know, inspect them. Although I'll also say, I will also offer, you know, a critical eye. You know, if you want me to have a look over anything at any point, feel free to send me the files and I'll have a little, I'll load it up, put it through Lychee or whatever, and I'll check it out. Yeah, you're not going to get it right immediately. God, I spent a fortune screwing it up when I first started doing it. So, I was paying 240 quid a print when I first started because there wasn't like we didn't have the cheap accessible Mars and all that kind of stuff when I started. So I was paying like £240 per print to then find out that I'd screwed the scale and got something wrong, and I had to basically learn from that and re-evaluate my model and rework it without having any feedback. I just had the print in my hand that I knew was wrong, and I had to sit down and analyse it myself and kind of go, right, I need to change this and this. And the most soul destroying one is when you get a print and you've forgotten to do something. It's just a simple thing like a boolean. So like because I was having stuff cast, I couldn't have like really complicated parts. So I think I've got a photo of one of my first ones actually. Let me just show you this one. Where are you at? I moved it all together. Can't find them, man. Yeah, the point is, test printing your stuff it's important, so don't try and like skimp on it. Oh, I'm annoyed I've lost that. It was like one of the first models I 3D printed, and I had all the renders of it. Oh, I think I know I might have actually. Here it is. So it was a company called Zealot Miniatures that were doing my my model for me. So this guy he's got his arm across his front drawing a sword. In fact, I think I've got the render of the guy as well. So this is what the model looks like, and this is how he was printed. So you can see slot tab. I went for a slot base on him at the beginning. He's got a little connection on the hand, so rather than rely on a connection on the hand, I put a little tab on the back of a little peg on the back of the sword scabbard, so it could clip into a hole in the waist. And then this arm glues underneath the shoulder, the shield glues to the back of the arm, and the head is in like a little socket, so like a little open ball socket in the neck. So this was the master model for that first one. And because of the pose with the arm crossing over and the shield back there, when it's going into a mould, you can't have undercuts, you can't have that kind of thing going on. And what I ended up doing was I would do that, and then I'd realise I'd forgotten like a bloody ball and socket joint. I'd forgotten to boolean it out. So there was one model, I think it was my, I want to say it was like a wizard or something like that. No, it was the female paladin. So the female paladin, I'd got a ball and socket joint on the hand, and when I'd put the ball and socket in place, I'd forgotten the socket. So she had a ball on the hand, but no socket for it to like fix to. So obviously you can imagine I was really annoyed with myself for forgetting that, and I didn't realise until after it had come back as a paid for print. So something as simple as that one thing that I forgot, I ended up paying like 240 quid to have it redone. So they were expensive mistakes. Luckily, you guys now, when you're learning, you run it off on your Mars or your Anycubic Photon or whatever, and you can basically check it for a couple of pennies. So you're in a luxurious position in that way, but it annoys me then when I see people still don't do that. People are still releasing models that haven't been checked, and it's so easy to do it. Like just follow the process, follow the consumer's patterns and how they're going to use it, and just test it, man. Just check stuff out. Like even if you don't have a 3D printer yourself, if you're gonna be producing models, you should definitely get a 3D printer. Again, become a consumer in the same way as your customers, so you understand what they're dealing with. But you need to get a 3D printer, even if you don't have one in the short term. It's never too difficult to find somebody who can print things for you, so that you can kind of review them yourself. Yeah, you don't order from Amazon. I'd never order an Elegoo printer from Elegoo. I would go straight to Amazon for it, because they're as cheap on there, and they're next day delivery in most places. God, back when I was first starting out doing all this kind of stuff, and I was making loads of money on the Patreon, I used to do competitions every month, and I used to give away a 3D printer. So we got up to like a couple of hundred patrons, and I was like, I'll give away a 3D printer this month. And I always used to just order them off Amazon and have them sent to people. Oh, the Saturn, of course you did. I forgot we'd had this conversation the other day about the 12k one. Well, you're partly right, and you're not as well. If you were ordering like a Mars 12k, then yeah, I would definitely tell you it was overkill. I know we had a whole discussion about like screen prices and things like that for replacements, and getting it wrong and making sure you do your filtering and your cleaning and everything between prints, or between fails at least. If it doesn't fail, you're fine. But the larger printers, the larger format printers, do benefit from an increased resolution. So I think once you get to like 8K in that kind of size, you're probably about as best you're going to get quality wise. You might notice it on prints, where you're doing like super fine detail. But I've said tons of times, if you can sculpt that level of detail, that a 12K printer is the only thing that can produce it onto the model, then you need to reassess your sculpting anyway. Because if you're sculpting for miniatures that are going to be painted by people, you can print that, but they can't paint it. Yeah, jewellery, you'll get lovely sharp edges on jewellery. Well, you don't want sharp edges on jewellery, but sharp details. 8K is great. 8K I would say is the best you're going to need up to about, I think once you start getting into like a 15-inch build plate, like the really big ones, then you're looking like 12K is like a minimum expectation that you'd want. But for a 10-inch printer, an 8K 10-inch is perfect. Perfect for miniatures. Well, here we go. Let me show you this as well. So this and that, right? These are my first production models that I ever made. Right, so these are the first ones I ever had done. They were printed on an Eliza Pico 2 HD, and the Eliza Pico 2 HD has got a pixel resolution of 35 microns. Now at the time, it's got a build plate the size of a business card, which was very, very small. However, the detail on them is fantastic. And these are resin cast, these aren't prints, this is like a second generation thing, this isn't even like the master. The orange thing I showed you is the master. But these things, in fact, here we go, that was my first ever prints coming off the build plate. You can see how small the build plate is, there's like 4 models on it, or 3 models on it, so it's tiny. But the print quality on these was fantastic. And I had people complimenting them, telling me that, you know, some of the sharpest, cleanest models they'd ever seen. I got nominated. Well, I entered the Best Miniature Range Awards at UK Games Expo 2018. I was shortlisted to top 3. So out of 160 people who had entered, there was me, Steamforge, and Games Workshop in the top 3. And although we've got better quality printers now, they're not any less quality in terms of the miniatures. Do you know what I mean? The print quality of those models is still good, and it still does pass today. Do you know what I mean? There's no visible kind of like detriment to them because they're not done in 12K or 22 micron or 21 micron or whatever else. And yeah, you're never going to kind of really see the benefit of the 12K screen until you get much bigger, aside from the fact that it's going to get supported for longer. Or if you want to do really just high detail models that aren't being painted, like say your jewellery for example would be a good example there. Jewellery and dental stuff, you always want the highest resolution. But you need to use it in conjunction with appropriate resins as well, because the resin has a lot to answer for in terms of the print quality you can get. And I think a lot of people forget that, and they'll go out and they'll spend all the money on like a 12K printer, and then they'll go and buy, you know, a bottle of Sunlu resin for 20 quid. And the reality of it is that you're not going to get the premium print quality out of a 20 quid bottle of resin. You know, you're going to need to spend 40 to 70 quid, somewhere in that price bracket, to even get close to seeing the full capacity of what your printer's able to do. You get brush modify smooth and turn it to 1. Where am I looking, mate? Brush. Am I doing something that's bothering you? Brush modifiers smooth 1. Okay. Are we talking about the just these bits here? So what does that normally do then? Okay, that's different to lazy mouse, is it? That's like it's smoothing the actual texture of the thing, is it? Rather than the line it's taking. Well, I didn't know it was there, so it's worth knowing. Thanks, that Riz. I like having you on the stream. It's up to me. I'm doing the same old shit all the time, and it's nice to have somebody to kind of like bat a few tips around and just kind of have you considered using X, Y, and Z. I'll say I'm entirely self-taught with my ZBrushing, so everything I do I've kind of developed organically as a kind of a means of you know, a means of just getting stuff done, basically, how I want to do them. So I've not really played with much. Yeah, I like that actually. Yeah, that's going to become a thing, that is. Cheers, Riz. Oh, grey. Every single time, grey. White's really difficult for you to see the detail with. So like, go for a mid-grey. My personal recommendation for resin for printing is frozen aqua 4K grey. That's my go-to resin. It's about £45 a litre, give or take. So it's kind of in the middle of the range for kind of price. So when you've got things like the Sunlu resins that are $20 or whatever, you can't, £20 a litre, you can't really. In fact, it's £15 a litre, I think. Oh yeah, you were saying about the keycap things. Yeah, I mean, see how you get on. I'm not sure the ABS stuff is the best for miniatures. I've tried it before. I've tried the Elegoo ABS and everything seemed quite soft. It had quite a soft look to it. Like the whole model was made out of blue tack or something like that. It's hard to explain, but it was weird. I wasn't a fan. So I stopped using the ABS for models. Yeah, Riz, I definitely approve of that little smoothing technique. So thank you again for that one. What are you saying? Do we use photopolymer? What do you mean, sorry? Oh yeah, yeah, Frozen Aqua 4K. So it's, for me, for miniatures, fantastic resin, because it's got a really good mix of high detail retention. So it's designed. It was designed for a little bit more, £45 a litre, or give or take. So I get my resins from here. There we go, £46 a litre for the grey. You can get the 8K resin, which is $64.50. It's obviously more expensive for the same amount, and it's got the capabilities of getting far more detail into the print. It's a very low viscosity resin. You can get a lot of detail into the print, but it's brittle. A lot of people I've seen use it have complained about it being really brittle, so it's not great for miniatures. This stuff, there's a really good amount of flex in the models. And again, let me just grab one of my models and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Put the camera, please. So I thought I'd lost the camera for a second then. I'll just get a white background so you can see what I'm actually a black background too. Stop it focusing on the stuff. So let's get the camo only. Let's try and focus it here so you can see kind of what's going on. Okay, so I've got this guy here in one of the blister packs. So this guy is obviously printed and cured and everything else. Now detail wise, 32mm scale. There you go. You can see the detail on the model, but you can also see the swords. They've got a decent amount of play in them. Do you know what I mean? And if you do that with some resins, they're just going to snap off. And that's really what you want. You want that kind of. That's about the balance of where you want it to be for a model. So you've got the you've got the really kind of like nice, sharp, crisp details. You've got all the ow, shit! It stabbed me in the hand. You've got all of like the details coming through that are in the sculpt. Everything that's on the sculpt is on the model, so that's important. But you've also got the let's say the flex and the give. Yeah, exactly. That's if you get a dry pasta texture, you're screwed. So yeah. But you also don't want it to look like it's been made out of Play-Doh. Do you know what I mean? You've got to get that you've got to get that kind of that balance between. Yeah, it is. It's horses for courses. It's what's going to work best for you. I've got a couple of these, their own resins actually here to try out. They've sent me some of their own branded stuff. So I've got one of these colour mix resins with a couple of different colours that they've sent me to try. I didn't get their eco resin. I want to try the eco resin because I want to try and find something that's a bit cheaper that still does the job. That one, matte grey, sounds appealing. But it's an ABS like, so I don't know what that one would be like. And what was the other one they sent me? Something like their tough resin or something like that. If you want high detail, dental resins are the ones. Dental resins are the ones that are going to be the really good stuff. But you are going to pay through the nose for it. Model resins and dental resins, they're your two like premium type ones. The one I used to use for my masters, that orangey coloured one you saw earlier on, that was God, I've forgotten what it's called now. Oh God, I can't even remember what that resin's called. But basically, it was 240 quid a litre. So really expensive. Water washable resins are okay. They're worth trying out, but you've got to remember not to wash it down the sink because it's water washable, but it's not kind of non-toxic, so it still will be hazardous to wildlife and stuff. Right now, she's getting to a point where she's almost done. I need to put some. I need to do the eye on the arm here. I'm gonna. What's that? Oh, it's the belly eye. I'll duplicate that. I'm going to bring it over here. Oh, a bit of colour being applied there, that shouldn't have been there. Oops, oh, turn it all off. get the boobies brush. It's quite a useful one. I find it quite difficult sometimes to just sculpt like proper looking boobs. Just having a brush that just like makes them and pops them on straight away for you is really kind of bloody handy. Let's merge all of that in. Let's blend that in. No, I bought that one. There's a few anatomy ones I've purchased with commercial licenses. So there's the boobies brush. I get all my brushes from CubeBrush, by the way, cubebrush.co. So there was the boobies brush, and then there was the hands brush. Is the couple I use regularly. So I've got like a head blockout one, I've got a hand blockout one, I've got a foot blockout one. And they're just quite useful for kind of having things that's like broken down into parts, so you can kind of move them around and kind of manipulate them. Obviously, they're always a starting point. They're never like the finished product or anything. You know what I mean? But the hands one particularly is quite useful. Well, let's get some pipes going on. Let's get some tubes on. So I've got a tubes brush somewhere. I think that is the one, mate. Let me double check for you. Oh, it's making me sign in for adult content. Yes, that is the one, mate. Yep, that's the one. I mean, commercial license for $7.20 is nothing, is it, really? Oh, I don't think I've got the body in mine, actually, though. They must have added the body later. Not that I think I'd use that body anyway, but... In fact, I'm not even sure I've got that many. I'm not sure I've got that many boob varieties on my one either. Yeah, I do like CubeBrush actually. I've used CubeBrush and followed it since it was. What did it used to be called before? Mark Brunet, isn't it, as a blue fly? If you've never seen his work or if you've not followed him, it's definitely worth. Oh yeah, put them on there, mate. Yeah, load it up. Get your sets on there and everything, man. Mark Brunet, I mean, I love the guy. He's absolutely fantastic with his work and stuff, but. I used to follow all these like drawing tutorials and stuff, and let's turn it off. This is the bit I absolutely loathe now. Riz, if you or AD have got any tips on making curve brushes less of an arsehole, I would very much welcome it. I'm just trying to use curves, mate. I just find it difficult every bloody time. Sometimes it conforms to the front of the model, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it twists around, sometimes it stays straight. I just find it's like a never-ending chore trying to do anything with curves. Yeah, it's not just me then. It's not just my. That's just not just my opinion on it. That is the general consensus, isn't it? They serve a purpose, but Jesus, they could have made it easier to deal with rather than like faff and ridiculousness we've ended up with. I mean, look at that, it's pulled it away from the bloody start as well. I locked the start, didn't I? Lock start, lock end, and it's still bloody moved. Yeah, I think that tends to be what I'll try and do. That annoys me as well. You see when you're trying to move it and pull it into place, and then it bloody shifts. Like it picks up the curve and just throws it somewhere for you. It's actually too thick again, I think. So I need to shrink it. Nomad, is that the one that's on the iPad, is it? Get back, you bastard, stay where you are. That's Procreate, isn't it, actually? Right, there's the first arsehole of a thing done. Let's try it. Now Z intensity's flattened it out. Let's make it flat instead of the hell, man? That's one of the things that really annoys me. You see what happened then when it just drops back into, like, literally goes down to the most extreme part it can go to. So who asked you to do that? What's wrong with a straight line? Turn off what? Projection strength. Where do I find that one? Brush modifiers. Yeah, projection strength's already off. I'm just resigned to it being a dick, if I'm honest. It's going to be an arse, isn't it? So annoying. Riz, if you're working in like a studio, or AD, if you're working in studios with people and they're using like the curves in Zbrush, do you have like a swear jar or anything like that? I feel like it'd make a fortune. It'd pay for your Christmas dues, wouldn't it? A bit bigger than that. Mesh splat. What was that? There are just certain things that just need to be better, aren't there? Things that they need to improve. And I don't want new functionalities. I don't want all these extra new bits that they keep adding. They just need to fix the things that are in there and make them more usable. Like for example the curves. You know when you do the not taper, that was the wrong one. Like this bend curve. Right. That would be really bloody useful. So I can take a point and move it as long as it can constrain the proportions of those dots. That would be a really, and it's in there, that's the thing that frustrates me. That would be a bloody amazing way of moving these points. Really easy. Yeah, that's it, just hold a key and just have all the points appear on there so you can pick one point and move it. But no, they want to make us suffer. I feel like they're waiting for a version when it's like they're going to be charging like a massive amount of money, and they'll be like, guys, we've fixed all the stuff that we've deliberately pissed you off with for years. We've made it all better, but you've got to pay through the nose to get it. Oh, Riz, now you're talking. That'd be heaven. Heavenly, that would be. Yeah, I'm not going to be subbing. I'll stick with the version I've paid for that is going to be free to me forever now. That pissing hell was that? Come on. Sort your life out, tubes. Hey Bunker, how you doing, matey? You shopping again today, mate? How are you doing anyway, mate? Right, so before I do this, I need to put that there. Oh, I could imagine lots and lots and lots of things that'd be really useful in Zbrush. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what you need to do, isn't it? You have to use a bloody former to get your shapes. Oh no, I didn't mean a deformer. I mean like a form for the things. Like I just put a sphere in to get this shape on this pipe, and then I dragged I dragged the tube over the top of the pipe, over the top of the sphere. So the sphere like makes the tube conform to its shape. I'm going to pop a few of these ones around because they'll be like shorter lengths and things, but no, not having that. Sort your life out. Right, I'm going to put one more pipe in an area that looks like it needs it, and then I'm going to stop with the pipes. So I'm going to put one here. I'm going to go from here into that leg, I think. Oh god. Yeah, I mean something like this, you're probably talking double. I mean, Max is a mate, and we're working on another game together, some lot of other projects and stuff. So I'm not really going to go and charge Max full whack on it, because his contribution towards the projects that we're working on is massive anyway. So he's kind of getting a bit of a mates rates deal on it, but yeah, you'd probably be talking sharpening of about 900 to 1,000 or something for this one, maybe, usually. Oh, and in the words of Annie Lennox, here comes the rain again. Oh, this one with the tube in its mouth. Yeah, I wouldn't have put that there if it was my design, if I'm honest, but we'll make it work. God, that rain is relentless. I feel like I'm in a caravan again. Yeah, the really bad thing though is the there's a lot of companies out there that do like D&D minis for, you know, STL releases every month, and they'll want this model done for like $200. When I had somebody message me about dragons at one point, and they wanted dragons, and they wanted to pay like $400 a dragon. I'm like, I could think about doing you a dragon. Broken anvil. What did they? Are they the ones? Did they offer you something ridiculous on that or something? Was it? Don't even go there. I've seen whole discussions on that topic. You do not want to broach that one. Yeah, do you know why they're constantly advertising for sculptors? Because they don't pay them. Well, not properly anyway. If they could get them and keep and pay them properly, they would obviously be less of an issue. Cheers, Dennis. I mean, I've had ideas about this for a long time now, but basically the position I want to kind of get to with my sculpting is I want to build it to a point where it's a good kind of we've got a good level of income coming in. And I want to go down to like the local art colleges and try and find somebody who I can take on as an apprentice so I can train them up. Kind of build a team of sculptors. So then we can kind of service the needs of multiple clients and still do our own stuff. But I need to get people who work my way. Right, I think I need to get hands on this thing and then we're done. Let's save it as it is. Sodding rain, man. Can you guys hear that, or is that just for me, or is that can you guys hear the rain pounding on the roof of the office? Because that is properly torrential. Poor Dottie's out in that as well. But thankfully I've left her some shelter. Not so sure we're dragon trappers. Oh yeah. Yeah, and this is what you're always going to find is they're going to go wherever they can get the cheapest labour. In fact, years ago when I was working when I first did my first Kickstarter, I found an artist called Dio, and he was absolutely fantastic, and he basically charged me like $10 for a drawing, but he didn't want to do an outline. I only wanted line art because I wasn't going to use it for anything other than kind of, you know, ideas and inspiration, and he charged me like $10, and I felt bad. I was like, I can't pay you $10, mate. He's like, he wanted me to do like full colour illustrations, and I said to him, I said, like $15 or $20. I said, I don't need the full colour, I just need the line art so I can work from it. So he did the line art for me, and I paid him, but I doubled his rate. And I said to him, dude, I said, like, I think he was, I want to say he was in like Malaysia or something like that, but I said to him, I said, mate, I said, look, I said, you are really, really underselling yourself here. You know, you can't be charging $10 for a drawing. You know, people aren't expecting to pay $10. You know, what you're putting out is better than that. And so I say I doubled his rate. I still felt cheap doing that, but I doubled his rate. And I think he kind of twigged at that point that he was, with something like this, with something like art, it's not, you can't price yourself on, you know, your local cost of living and your local rates. You need to be paying the monthly kind, you know, like the same rates as people would elsewhere in the world, and value yourself properly. Yeah, that's it. In Malaysia, he's you know, 20 quid was a massive amount of money for him. And then he freelances now, and his rates are up to like $80 a drawing, which frankly still bloody good. Even at $80, I'd still pay it. I have paid it to him on numerous occasions. And again, you know, getting to a point where I've, you know, got more money in the business and we're looking at expanding and developing stuff, I would absolutely love to have the guy on as an in-house artist, because he's absolutely amazing and I love working with him. In fact, you know what, let me show you his some of the stuff he did for me actually. So these pieces of art, I have showed them before, but I'm using them for this is the game I'm developing, which is coming out a little bit further down the line. And Dio did all the artwork for me on these. But at the moment, he seems to be working for like various different studios doing stuff, so it's quite hard to kind of get, like, you know, get time off him. So where we at? There we go. So there's Eleanor and Griblet. Then we got Brother Halden, Human Cleric. So he'll be one coming up later on. Lots of chainmail there. You know I love chainmail. Eisen the Dragonkin Hunter with his little pseudo Dragon Gar. Garland Dragonkin Warrior Monk. Hey Rosie, how you doing, matey? Nah, I'm good, mate. I ain't going anywhere for a bit. Glirica the Roguish Gnomish Rogue. Growlock the Orc Barbarian Chieftain. Stefania the Demonkin Spearmaster. Sigmund Human Fighter with a warhound called Titan. A little neckerchief around his neck. So these are the characters he did for me anyway. So oh yeah, link mail. Yes, sorry Rosie. Yes, well, I said chain mail, are we? So yeah, so all of those characters and stuff I'm going to be working on. I want to make. So I'm going to do them all on stream at some point. I've done Eleanor already, so she already. Hey Ginger, how you doing? Nice. But I've also got a couple of extras. Like he did this one for me a while back, which I haven't used yet. Which is like a half dragon samurai kind of thing. Yeah, good. Thanks, mate. Good. And then he designed the king for me for the Kingdom of Telarius when I did them. So we've got King Garmond. And oh, here's another nice one. Oh, it's coming up as a Photoshop. And it's not even on the screen, is it? It's got to be somewhere else. I've got to find the bloody Photoshop thing now. Oh, I need to kill Photoshop actually because it kills the Zbrush. I can't show you the ninja then because he's... I've only got him in that. So yeah, so he does some cracking stuff anyway. But yeah, like I say, he was charging $10 for a drawing and $20 for an illustration, kind of 5 years ago, and like working with him more recently, I'm paying like about $80 a drawing, and even that's good value. Do you know what I mean? So I can't really grumble. And I'd rather he charge a fair and sensible fee as well. Yeah, he does, and do you know what? He is really, really good. And I've said to him loads of times, you know, I'd love to get him on payroll at some point, but oh no worries, Rosie. There was another guy I did a bit of work with as well. His prices have gone up a lot lately as well. I'm just going to show you his work as well because I love seeing his Instagram pages. His name's Ichan Joe. Here we go. Check this out. This is just some fantastic. I mean, this guy's creature designs are just absolutely amazing. I love them. He's been doing all these ones where he'll take things like characters out of shows, and kind of reimagine them as monsters. So this one here is Shrek, I think, if I remember right. Yeah, you see the little things here. So he's basically taken Shrek and turned Shrek into this big frog turtle monster thing. This one was I don't know if you've seen Gudetama, the little egg, Japanese egg thing. So that's his Gudetama slime monster. Not sure what this one's going to be. That's just a commission he's done. Some of them are based on like Pokemon and things like that, so he does like lots of different. This one's an unusual one. This one I think was SpongeBob. I think, yeah, SpongeBob was a monster. SpongeBob with a little pineapple fish. But I say such cool like designs, and this one's a bit ropey. Yeah, the little egg thing on Netflix. Have you watched it? I've watched that with Jacob. He loves it. Thinks it's hilarious. The little manic depressive egg. Funny man. But yeah, Ichan. He was another one who was well, I call him Joe. He's another one who was like, you know, charging really low and then kind of has raised his prices quite a lot. It seems to be quite in demand now. I think this is what they'll find. You know, they're producing good quality work with, you know, a nice unique look about it, and it's going to pay off, isn't it? It's going to pay dividends in the long run. Hey, it's Underfell. What's that one? SCP slime thing. Not even sure what that is. How are you today anyway? Nice to join you. Nice to join you. Nice to have you join the stream. Oh, nice. I'm absolutely flattered. To be the first thing on your mind in the morning. Oh, do you know what? I know the guys do. I mean, you saw Max in the chat earlier. he's been playing a lot of Final Fantasy 16 since it came out. He's a massive JRPG fan, so I would not even doubt for a second that there's a hint of Nier in there as a bit of inspiration for the character. There's going to be JRPG influence all over everything in Nanolith. I think it looks like something out of Kingdom Death. But I was saying I actually watched like the end of the current current half season of The Witcher that we've got on at the moment. I watched that the other day. Yesterday, sorry, and. While I was watching it, I saw it and I thought, actually, there's a monster in there that actually is very much like this, except without all the mechanical bits. Like a proper flesh golem type thing. What's that, Bunker? NX file storage unit? You lost me there, mate. I played a bit as Shadowrun. I didn't play it as much as I wanted to play it. Can't remember why. Something got in the way of Shadowrun. SCP is Special Containment Protocol for items of unknown. Oh, right. Got you. So the SCP slime is a large amorphous gelatinous mass of orange slime weighing about 54 kilograms with a consistency similar to that of peanut butter. Got yeah. Right, let's get some hands in here now. I need to save this so I don't lose any of this. I'm going to get some hands in. I've got to be careful with the hands because this is not a 28mm scale model even. It's smaller. Okay, Rosie, you got a file from Kickstarter ages ago. You could only get a file from a Google Drive box. Sent it to Bob last night. There was nothing there when he opened it. What was it, mate? Do you know what files it was or what Kickstarter it was? Now just let me know what the Kickstarter is. If it's one of mine, I'll send you all the files. No dramas, but obviously if it's not one of mine, you just need to contact the creator and just ask them for it. I like it, Xander. So what's it from though? The Gorgon's Lock, Sega Assault. Okay, if it's so basically when you do a Kickstarter fulfillment digitally, you need to roll the files out. The problem with something like a Google Drive link is that if you move the files or you subsequently delete the files because you're having a cleanup or whatever, then you'll basically end up like stopping people accessing them if they haven't already downloaded them. So it might be that they've just done something like that. If they're selling the files anywhere else, they should be able to kind of provide you the link. So what I'd say is just message them, give them your backer number from the Kickstarter. Message them through the Kickstarter first and say, look, you know, I've downloaded this. I've only just got access to a 3D printer, but I'd like to print all the stuff off. The file's empty. You know, can you please provide? Because what they've probably done, if you downloaded a folder and it was empty, they've probably put all the stuff into that folder for you to download, and then later on moved it and redistributed it and sorted it around. So I do that all the time with my files. I end up having to have you get to a point where nothing makes any sense and you have to kind of do a bit of a rejig. If nobody's got access to the files, it's not a problem. But I know at the moment I've had a few people message me when I send out my when people sign up to my Patreon, they get an email saying, here's your link to the starter pack. And the starter pack link is dead because it's a link on my OneDrive that I've renamed or moved or something. So the link that is existing isn't there anymore. So if the folder still exists, they'll be able to get access to the folder, but the folder would be empty, which I think sounds like what might have happened to you. Which is why a lot of people, like myself included, we use My Mini Factory for the fulfillment now. So we'll load the files onto My Mini Factory, allocate them to you using your email address and whatever else, and then you redeem them into your account, and then you've permanently got access to them, because you know it's less aggro and hassle than trying to do it all through you know, through other means. Okay, hands then. Yeah, if you've got ebooks in the folder, they've probably just moved the files. They've moved the mini files somewhere else. I mean, if you imagine they've probably gone on to then make more miniatures, they'll be collecting a large group of them. They're probably keeping all the miniatures in one place. I mean, obviously, I'm hypothesizing because I don't know the company or the ins and outs or anything like that. But that's the only reason I can see you'd have lost access to something that was in that folder. Yeah, mate. It's just going to be just an email should resolve it, hopefully. Yeah, go and have a word. I'll just hide this base so I can get underneath. Yeah, this one's not going to be fun to support, I'll tell you that much. Oh god. Which ones would I choose? Oh, crikey. Oh, I don't know. I'm trying to think what cute things I've made. Oh, I really don't even know. I've made so many models over the years. I think my little pseudo dragon. Just because who wouldn't want a little cat-sized dragon as a pet? The bringer of biscuits. That one's coming. A little quasit butler to wait on your hand and foot. Oh god, and oh, what else? Oh, chocobos. I want a rockabow. That's what I do. Oh, turds. Yeah, I think the world's fairly safe. I wouldn't go for anything outlandish or demonic or anything like that. Oh, the warlock, yeah, she could come into real life. I said the barbarian elf as well, but she would absolutely kick your ass. That's it, giant birds that you could ride on that would kind of take the place of horses. But would be able to fly and also, where's the ones? Yeah, be able to fly and also run on, well, not run on water, but like swim you across water. So it'd be like a far more versatile version of a horse, wouldn't they? Oh no, that would be awesome, wouldn't it? Imagine the eggs you get off them. That'd be some big eggs. No, the Warlock is in this one. That's the Warlock. A monster omelette, it would be, wouldn't it? So yeah, that is our lovely Warlock. And that is my bringer of biscuits. Oh yeah, we'll have to get you squared up with them, matey. Oh, you can print another one now, Bunker. I still need to get one printed for myself actually and get it on my painting table. Although at this point I think it's more important for me to be printing and painting the other models in my collection. A real magic book just disappeared on him. Would I be bad then? Talking of nights, we watched. I'm trying to remember what it's called now. It's on Netflix. I think it's called Nimona. We watched that yesterday. That was a really good film. Like a weird mix of like medieval fantasy and sci-fi. So it's like all futuristic and stuff, but you still got like knights with armor and stuff. I hate hands, and there's too many bloody hands on this model. Hey, no worries, Rosie. You take it easy, man. Have a good one. Oh. That sounds cool, Xander. How's the world building going? Sorry guys, my conversation ability's just dropped off a little bit here while I'm trying to focus on doing these bloody hands. Max, I'm going to start charging you hand tax on this model, I think. Charging you too little. Xander, is world building ever truly done? Oh yeah, I know it, but I know it, there it is. A sense of relief when you actually get up to stretch your legs. There's one, and I hope and think this is the last of them. The one I have that I really hate It's happening more and more lately. And I just blame getting old, to be honest, more than anything else. It's like I get up from sitting down after any amount of time, and I feel like I can't load bear on my left leg. Like I've got like literally like no strength in my left leg, so I get up and I end up limping like, you know, some kind of, you know, cripple who's lost his like stick or something. I can't barely walk, and then all of a sudden I'm fine. And I don't get why it's such a drama in the first place. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. Right, Max, I don't know if you're about, mate, but I'm going to call this one done. Let's get the thing here done. It's not fun, is it? It just, frankly, just sucks ass. Like, sounds like a case of gamer body. Oh, God. See, in my head, I still feel like I'm in my 20s. And then I look in the mirror and this like grey beard tells me otherwise. Oh, and also the aches and pains on the way to get up to view the mirror. They also confirm it too. Xander, what's the purpose of the world building, by the way? Is it just is it a hobby for you, or are you working on like a game, or you writing a book, or? I'm always interested to find out why people do it, because I know some people just enjoy creating stuff. But then I know for a lot of people there's also like reasons they do stuff. Like my world building is all around, you know, the game I'm working on. Okay, cool. Do you have like a web page for anything, Sandra, or a Facebook group or Facebook page or anything? Or are you still kind of like just you're in the process of kind of like, you know, getting it all prepped in the back behind the scenes before it goes into a live state? What's your timelines looking like? How are you fixed for kind of getting something out there? Have you got a plan yet, or is it still quite kind of early doors and fluid, or? Squarespace. Oh yeah. What's their not Squarespace, what's the other one? Wix. Wix is really easy to do. I mean, WordPress isn't difficult if you can do like any amount of like kind of admin work, but the well, if you're familiar with like IT software and stuff, but yeah, it's not hard, it's not difficult, it just there's a lot of options there for you. You're not a fan of Wix, mate? Well, I'll give you a tip, Xander. Commit to something, and it'll force you to kind of like make stuff happen. So for me, I spent a lot of time pondering and procrastinating with sculpting, and I'd get so far in the sculpts I was doing, you know, learning new stuff and working on new techniques, and then by the time I'd got like 3/4 of the way through a model, I'd have figured out better ways of doing stuff, and I didn't like what I was doing. So I kept moving stuff and I kept changing things, and I'd park that model and I'd never come back to it. And you know, the amount of unfinished models I've got from the first like year or so of me doing stuff was ridiculous. And then I got to a point where I was like, do you know what? I just need to put my money where my mouth is and make a public commitment. And then that'll force me to have to deliver it, because if I've got to show everything and I'm going to do it, then you know, I've got no choice. Same reason I do the streams for the sculpting, really. But the so let me just get the ruler on here and merge visible. So yeah, it's like all those all those kind of like Kickstarters and things like that. Oh, sod off. I didn't realise I had key shots still on. No, discard key shots. So yeah, so like that. So putting a Kickstarter down and showing people what I was working on and committing to it is what got me to finish the models and finish the sculpts and working on stuff. Yeah, I'm not saying you have to do a Kickstarter. I'm just saying if you put stuff online. I mean, I know AI art is a dirty word, but you know. Oh yeah, that's it. Just do a Patreon making maps and releasing snippets of things. There's different ways around doing it. I mean, I wouldn't want to advocate using AI art as a kind of a you know, the end means. But if you needed something to fill out a project just to kind of make it look nice to start with, until you can get more customised stuff and get a proper artist on board, then I'd say do that. Just use it as placeholder stuff for the short term. Might even help you to get a bit of visualisation going. Do you ever use anything like Campfire? It's not for sharing it necessarily, but yeah, they're a bit ropey. I think they're, from what I gather, they're better now than they used to be. So if you used AI like months ago, like I did, when it was like, you know, still relatively new, it might be worth going back and having another little try on it. Because obviously I've moved things on since then. Right, let's get a... This sent to Max, just in case he's not about. He's going to be busy playing Final Fantasy. Oh yeah, I know that. I know they all have issues, but I'm literally talking about placeholder stuff now. This is why you go to. This is why you'll go and get a proper artist further down the line once you've got the project commitment, like. But just to kind of get things kind of there. Okay, there we go. Let's save this bad girl. I'm going to merge visible. Well, this is the thing. You've only got a couple of options available to you, haven't you, Xander? You either learn to do it yourself and practice, but that's going to take time and effort, or you go for AI and accept that it's not perfect and gets you halfway there, or you find a way of funding the commissions and find some reasonably priced artists who can kind of get you started with it. The ways you can make it work, but you've just got to kind of figure out what's best for you. But it sounds like there's going to be like a compromise, whichever one you go with. Oh, hang on a sec. Splitting. I suppose the next thing to ask as well then is, are you doing this as like a hobby thing, or are you doing it because you want to kind of eventually put it on a table and try and use it as a means of earning some income off it? And I think that'll be about right. Let's go for 1,000. Because ultimately the end goal is going to have an impact on what you want to do. If it's just as a hobby kind of thing and it's just for your own personal enjoyment and self-fulfillment, then use your own artwork. It doesn't matter if it's not great or if you think it's not great. Use that as a means of practicing and immerse yourself in the world even more. Or if it's something you want to try and turn into a commercial venture, then you're probably going to need to look at getting some bespoke artwork done. And that'll just mean saving for it and making the means available, or find somebody who's an artist who's not necessarily doing commissions full time. I wouldn't recommend using a full time artist, but find somebody who does it part time, maybe as a hobby, who might be willing to kind of join you in the project and help you to develop it and design it, and finding the right person there is obviously going to be key for you. It's just auto group and just check it's not multiple. No, there's only one mesh there, that's fine. I've actually got 6 million polys on that. Let's pre-process that one. No, you can't. You're right. If you're trying to do a comic book, for example, and you've got to do the same thing 5 times over, or the same character in multiple poses, it's not going to work, is it? Okay, so if you're talking self-fulfillment, then I would say just keep it low key. I would recommend a program like Campfire. Give Campfire a go. You can use that for building all your stuff and loading all your gear into. What you might even find is there might be people who might be willing to like buy it off you at some point as well. So if you've got a complete world that's all written out, you either then take it down the route of what's Obsidian? Is that like Campfire? Is that like a program to kind of like put all your gear in? I don't know if I've got Campfire installed on mine at the moment, actually. Notion, what's that one then? Oh, you're looking for like you want to clock how long you're doing on certain things. I looked at the same thing ages ago, and I got nothing. I got nowhere with it. I mean, literally short of having a notebook and writing the time you start on a job and the time you finish on a job and keeping track on it that way, or a spreadsheet to track your times, start times and end times. I didn't find anything that kind of ticked the boxes for what I was after. I mean, I would love I would love for Zbrush to be able to track the time spent on a project Yeah, I get ya. Yeah, it sounds the same. It sounds the same as Campfire. I think I did Campfire for ages, but what time are we on? 2. About 4. What, we got 4? We'll be about 4 hours in on the stream nearly. I can't even see it on my. Does it tell me? Oh yeah, 3:47. Yeah. Right, so that's. What's Clockify, Riz? Is that worth looking at, or? Time tracker. Problem with any of these time trackers is they all rely on you actually physically remembering to use them, isn't it? And that is always the problem. You're never going to get around that. Oh shit! I forgot to stop the clock, or oh, I'm 3 hours into a job and I've forgotten to turn it on. I'll make a note. I'll write some of these down and see about checking them out. What was he saying? Time camp and what? Notion. Ah, right, I got you. So it logs how long you've got Zbrush open for. But I've got, on here, I've got, like, it says Zbrush Nanolith Bosses. Is that not, would that not be what it picks up? Yeah, Xander, far away, mate. We've got a Discord. I think you're in the Discord server anyway. You can post stuff in there and as much as you like. Menu bar. No, if I hover over the toolbar, it just says Zbrush. Yeah. Oh, that's art, isn't it? I suppose you'd have to. What you'd have to do is just stop it and start it anytime you were changing projects. If you're gonna like stop, for example, when I finish this one, it would be a case of you'd have to export the. That time now? It's still quite high. Let's drop the decimation down. Let's check Obsidian then. Let's see what it looks like. I don't think what you sent is shareable, Xander. It's just taking me to like my page, so I've got to feeling you might have posted it in the wrong place. You send it on to the there you go. Just wave at you there to remind you about it. Just post it in there. Yeah, I get you. I get what you're saying now, mate. It's yeah, that is quite similar actually to Campfire, isn't it, and how it works. Gotta check and see if I've got you installed. Oh, it wants a license key. I can't remember what it was now. There's different versions of it, isn't there, Campfire? There's an online version, and then there's the one I had, which was the no worries, Dennis. You take it easy, mate. What was that? Where did that one crop up? Right, let's get rid of this red because I really hate it. Right, so ruler, we're going to export to str. Yeah, I'll check that out. Xander, it's the customization is always important, isn't it? Unless you get a lot of programs where you want to use them and they don't quite work how you expect them to or how you want them to. And trying to make them work how you want them to is like pulling teeth sometimes. So. No worries. Okay. I cannot emphasise to you guys how much I really am not looking forward to doing the supports on this thing. So. Okay, so the repairs worked. We've got a fixed model. Let's drop her in. Oh, lychee AD every time. Lychee always, always and always and always. So Riz, normally I wouldn't. Any other time you watch me doing anything, you will never ever see me leave a base on the model like that. However, for this one, because it's a board game piece, I'm pretty sure if I leave it off a base, I think Max is going to ask me to put it on. So I'm just doing it because I know it's going to be required. It's going to be requested. But yes, Lychee Slicer AD, you've got the inbuilt island detection features, which are fantastic. You've got the indicator of overhangs with this like yellow grid, which is always useful, and their actual support customization, just brilliant. So. Right, so, oh Jesus Christ, bastard thing. Okay, so I kind of knew that was going to happen. I was hoping it wasn't going to be that bad though. Right, so first thing we're going to do is pop these ones here. So I was saying before about clusters of supports rather than big fat heavy ones. So I'm using medium supports, 0.24 diameter tip. So they're very small, they're going to break away with leaving absolutely minimal damage. But having a group of them clustered together is going to increase the surface area. So as long as there's little gaps like that just between the tips, you'll get the benefit of the small surface area in terms of the reduced damage, but the benefit of the increased surface area from the mass of them together. And where you have this lowest island, this is where you want the most amount of support. So I'm just going to go carefully around the outline here, but not all the way around the outline like this. Right, Xander, I sadly don't actually play many video games, so I don't have that much in the way of free time. So I've got two little kids, Jacob and Willow. Jacob's 8, Willow's 4, nearly 5. So they kind of take up a lot of my free time, if you like. So ultimately what ends up happening is, if I'm playing video games, I'm playing something like Zelda with Jacob. So we've been playing through Tears of the Kingdom after we finished Breath of the Wild, and we played what was it now, Kirby, can't remember what the game was, like the Kirby roleplay game, kind of one that was the open world one they did recently, things like that. So most of the time when I'm playing games, I'm playing them with Jacob. So the kind of stuff I would have played myself previously, I just don't have time for now. I've got a whole Steam library here that's just full of games that haven't been touched in a long time. So no, I don't really. The only thing I ever stream is my sculpting. I would like to start streaming some painting actually. I'd like to start streaming some miniature painting. Yeah, I used to play things like Diablo 3, Mass Effect, Assassin's Creed. Trying to think what else I'm playing. Dishonored. Played Final Fantasy Online a while ago. Cheers, Bunker. No real deadlines today though, thank you. Hayley's picking the kids up. She's working at school again today, so she's said she can't wait to get that finished though. This kind of seemed like a lot of supports, by the way, but when it's quite a large, big base like this, you need to angle it anyway to get a decent chance of printing. But you also want to make sure you support as much of this surface area as you possibly can. It might mean just running the base over a bit of sandpaper when it's done. But what I'll do is I'll tree these together, so we'll group them and bundle them. Strategy RPGs, yeah, absolutely, mate. One of the games I'm working on is a strategy RPG. Things like Final Fantasy Tactics, I always loved that one. One I wanted to pick up that I've never got around to yet, Triangle Strategy and Deerfield Chronicles. Valkyrie Chronicles I enjoyed, that was quite a good one. A little bit World War II-y, if I remember right. Jeez, look at all the islands, man. 266 islands, and I bet most of them are on this bloody thing here. Luckily, some of these islands, when you do one support, you'll pick up multiple islands. Yeah, Shadowrun Returns, I've got that one. I've never played that one yet though. Pathfinder Kingmaker I've got as well. Skyrim, of course. I love a bit of Skyrim. Oh, Fallout, that was another good one. I used to like Fallout Tactics as well. That was a cool game. Oh, so here's one of the things with Lychee you can do when you get the Pro version. Like you get this additional functionality you can use where you can pick the joints and position them as you need. Right, connecting to the base like that, also absolutely fine, as long as it can be removed easy enough. I just realised I'm jumping the gun here. Max hasn't actually approved this, so he'd better. This support I don't like. I don't like it because basically they need more cleanup, but it doesn't look like I've got a choice but to use it. I think I'm just going to have to take a hit on some of these little supports. With the base, without the base on, this would not be an issue. But because the base is there, it's they're all getting in the way. Now that is quite a big bit of blade to try and support off one thing, so I'm going to put a few down there. What's that, sorry? If you want to make a genre, you've got to play games. Kind of. I mean, always having a kind of a reference library in your own brain of similar material is always good, but it does mean that you're also going to be quite prone to kind of just copying stuff without, even whether you realise it or not, you're going to be influenced by what you've seen and what you've read, and you know, there's that old saying that there's nothing new under the sun. So most things are just a rehash of something else that's already existed. Somebody's already come up with the ideas. So it's presenting them in an original way. And the problem is, if too much of your stuff comes from one source, or too much of your material is like it's from a single reference source, whether you realise it or not, you know, then you do run the danger of kind of, you know, just plagiarising something without, you know, inadvertently even. So sometimes it's good. I always think it's good to have a good mix of like influences. Come on. Yeah, that's it. That's it. You don't necessarily copy it, but you are influenced by it without even realising. I mean, you can legitimately come up with an idea that somebody else has already come up with. You know, that is a thing. But like, there's also a very strong possibility that you're going to end up doing something, and then, you know, the ideas. I do it all the time. I have to mentally check anything I come up with because of this. So like, I can't even think of an example now, but and there is a little anchor, a little thing. Yeah, but I bet you'd seen things like you might not have heard of Warhammer, but you'd have probably seen Starship Troopers, hadn't you? I mean, the concept of like the bug alien type thing, the bug type aliens, it's not necessarily new, and you've even got like, you know the actual film Alien as well as an influence there as well. Don't do that, you bastard. That's fine. What you did a minute ago is not. Exactly, matey. I remember one of the best games of 40k I ever played. We were I had my Imperial Guard and my mate had his Tyranids, and I held a big kind of fortress thing. And every time I killed one of his nids, it respawned on the back of the table. Came back on again, and it was just wave after wave after wave, and I had to try and survive for however many turns until the rescue chopper got there. That was a good game, that was. Yeah, it's really easy to just be influenced by things without even realising, and I know I've fallen victim to that in the past. This is a nightmare. I hate this. God's sake. Not even funny, man. Yeah, and again, I say it's not necessarily an idea. Sorry, you're not copying it if you've never heard of it, and it's not always about, like I say, explicitly copying it, because that implies you're taking, like, you know, precise details and duplicating them. But if you come up with a setting. And you go, oh, we've got X, Y, and Z setting. You're pretty certain you can find another book or a game or something else that uses that same setting. Whether you realise it or not, it probably exists. And the trick is to kind of bastard. The trick is to try and, like, make that your own. To be able to run with it and kind of, say, well, yeah, somebody else has done this as well, but I'm going to do it different. I'm going to do it better. How do you make yours distinctly different from the other ones in the same genre that are doing the same thing? And it's not like there's not going to be an easy answer to that. You know what I mean? You've got to try and work hard and really kind of like try to be different, but not for the sake of being different, if that makes sense. Because then it comes across as contrived. Then so you're in a loser anyway. This is going to be such a horrible model to have to like to print. This is more mentally draining than sculpting the bloody thing. This is. Oh yeah, that's it, isn't it? The thing is, the supports itself aren't the issue, it's the cleanup. If cleanup's fine, if cleanup works okay, then the supports are fine as they are. It's if the model keeps getting broken because of the supports, which at the moment I don't think we're in any danger. I'm still managing to keep the areas distinctly separate and different. Well, that's got to move. That ain't happening. Oh no, don't hollow, mate. Not worth it. Did you do it? Yeah, I remember you telling me about the devils and the demons, mate. Oh, I've got an no bunker. How did it go, man? Like I said, you said attempting as well, like you didn't quite succeed. Make sure the holes are really big though, because the thing you've got to be careful of is like you have to fully wash, dry and cure the interior of that model, because if you don't it's going to explode. And I'm not even being dramatic, it'll literally like hemorrhage open. Hey, only 16 islands left. $11. Surely aren't there, there's one. Yeah, you little bastard, it's too. Hooray! I'll be honest guys, I have literally no idea if this is going to work or not. I normally have a pretty good feel about something if it's going to work or not. I've literally no clue on this one. Like nothing at all, not even an inkling. Because it's a big unit. It's quite a chunky thing, and basically whenever you've got an island you have to have support on it, but also where you've got large masses you also need to have something to hold them in place to stop them from sagging. So even though these aren't highlighted as islands, where you've got like a large grid or a large volume of gridding on a model like that, you really want to get a couple of supports in there just for a little bit of extra support, funnily enough. So with everything leaning back and interjecting with each other and getting in each other's way, I think this is going to be a tricky one. Right, I'm going to call that one done for now. Actually, let's get one last bit of there, one there. No. The figure will harden on the on the build plate. And then when it comes off the build plate, they'll get plucked off, and then it'll be washed and cured finally. And the final cure will be what will kind of give it its final kind of hardness, if you like. Okay, let's save that. Okay, it's nearly 3 o'clock. Ailey's going to be back with the kids in a little bit. Let me grab a little check and see who's on. Oh, guys, let me just give you this one as well. I forgot to run this today. If anybody's interested in Nanolith and you want to see more about it and pick up a copy of this model and everything else, you can use that link, the Woodpecker Games website. They're running a late pledge manager, so go on there, have a little mooch, see what you can see if you can jump on the bandwagon. Okay, so the game does play solo as well, by the way, guys, so if you haven't got anybody to play with, that's fine, you can run it on your own. So we want, let's drop in on Mike today. So I go on there and he's on a bloody break, and no, he's not. He's painting, it's fine. Okay, guys. So I'm going to say thank you for joining me today. I'm going to be back again tomorrow doing more of my own stuff. Yeah, drop in on me, let me see what we get on, and hopefully I'll be chatting to you tomorrow. In the meantime, guys, jump on the Discord and have as much chat on there as you like. I will catch you later, so thanks again, and later taters. Adios.